that it's still. Have you finished your? Okay, so stabilization is committed. Current head is going to be the old. No push was performed. Next step is to work through Kanban parallel workspace. Are you okay? Proceed with the first slice. That's terrible spelling. Okay, so while it runs through those tasks, just confirm. Okay, that's working. Okay, so it's doing the mutation lock. That's good. Kanban. Column header. All right, so while we do that, we're gonna, or while Codex does the building and the app does the testing, we're just gonna hang out over in Figma and keep designing the real UI. The next, so after all of these workspace updates go through, not workspace, well, I guess they're workspace updates. Once all of these get done, then we will do workspace customization or workflow customization, which means we'll be able to change to a second template. Now I'm wrapping the existing mutation sequences, keeping reads and DB updates as close to their current shape as possible. Okay, cool. What is the... Why are you stuck? So this, so the, it only did one task. So I was letting a group of tasks run through the app, just as a final smoke test. And the builder in Workspace 2 ran out of context again. Again, these were just simple MD files, and it should have only been on the second task of the group, which shouldn't even matter because we confirmed that PIDs are getting shut down between tasks. So I'm not sure why we would have ran out of context anyway, since it's supposed to be restarting in between every task. Can you confirm in the logs what happened? So we'll wait for it to finish doing its thing before we... on. that cooks, finishes cooking. We'll get back to this. Okay, so we need and then stream over that, get upgrades, and then we need so you go down, you go across. Work stream title or header. Group title, number. And then this becomes that becomes that. That becomes that. And then oh. Like a so. What are you? Oh, I need to. I think I'll keep the report in the modal that has to happen. Um, so the tasks need, what am I doing now? So tasks, whether they're here or here, just need to look exactly the same. They just don't need a background. That's the difference. Got it. Where? Still thinking, okay. So why? It's weird. So there's two versions. There's one with a background and then it doesn't need padding, and then there's going to be one without padding and one without a background, and then there'll be another one that has padding in the background, and then that's how we'll get that fixed. Okay, what do you? Okay, so you completed. So basically, this should be putting in some mutation work, and they should be working on their individual work trees versus the project itself switching all the individual branches. So they should be doing more work in the background versus it being at the surface level. Is basically what we're working through right now. Choose a key value. Okay, so this is workstream 42. So ADE did record new launches between tasks. The context error happened 1618 on Codex thread, blah blah blah, which started at task 33 launch time. Survived and whether the Codex thread had inherited old history despite a new. The tool schema payload itself is huge. I'm checking the task role launch environment now. So why? Interesting. Press task. PID fix is working. The failure is a separate Codex runtime tool surface plus the failed. Okay, so weird. Okay, so I just rebuilt and launched the app. Can you confirm now that the config file now has the auto compact token limit adjusted? If not, this might be a bigger problem where we're not updating the hidden ADE files with build updates. We're not updating the projects hidden ADE. Would this problem be solved if I just created a new project? That's a temporary solution, but long term, we're going to need the ability for the app to update the project folder files if that's not already happening. Okay, so right now we've got task name. I guess the work stream will be the work stream will just be the work. We need to have a collapse state for the work stream as well. So this will be open. If I close, config is still stale. Include the current rebuilt code does include that line. I don't see a newly launched. Okay, so I just opened the test project. Did it then update the config at this point, or are we still stuck with a stale uh, project settings file? Okay, if it's done, so it's just the name, the report icon, which we don't want. Report done, and then the number of tasks that it includes. So technically, that's all we need, and everything else will be hidden behind. Hidden behind the modal that we don't have in this build. Okay. Inside Codex config, now it's the same. So does this fix always update the config files, or do we still need to implement a project update workflow for new app builds? Add this to our list of items that we need to complete after this Git workflow process is complete. That's why. Okay. So what is the next task that we need to do for the campaign parallel work? Phase 3 demon board. Is this still part of slice 1, or did we? Is this a third phase inside of slice 1, or did we skip slice 2 and on to slice 3? Where are we at here? Was the doc updated from whenever we rolled the branch back? Excuse you. Oh. Da 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 da. Then we added phase 2 cleanly. The doc was updated after the rollback. Now those next slice is about future project file reconciliation is currently added to. So we did not skip slice 2 exactly. The slice 1 branch ended up covering the first 2 foundation phases because phase 1 had already been implemented as part of stabilization. Then we added phase 2 cleanly. The doc was updated after the rollback and next slice. Okay, so what is the daemon board projection Swift reading reading or okay, so explain what the daemon board projection task really is. Because I don't need this because I know that it's workstream 42 because it's inside the workstream group. And then I don't love that alignment. Python becomes the surface of truth. Yes. Okay. Wise matters for another reward. Yep. After this task, the next Swift task becomes much simpler. Fetch project board, arrange the columns, cards, and returns. Got it. Go ahead and start the next phase then. I think I need to see this in context. We have to have a different state for failed. That's fill. Why is it not? Oh. Okay, so then that looks better. So this pass basically undoes. So right now I've got like 10. I don't have 10. It's like 7 different columns, but then they're all custom to the workspace. This one puts in a generic column. It'll basically turn what I have into queued, in progress, pending, done, and failed. And then no matter what the workspace template, it will then do no matter the workspace template, it'll then fit into those columns. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, it is 10. So it gets rid of abandoned, it gets rid of paused, it keeps failed, done, and then reviewed, testing, and block are all inside of building, but I want to rename building to in progress because building is not universal enough. Wait, so I need to have a failed state. Okay, started and completed the back end part of phase 3. Rejected cards with board column. Okay, so go ahead and move on to the Swift slice. However, the one change that I want to do is change building to in progress, both on the backend side and database, as well as on the Swift side. And if you told that to like a real developer, they'd be so fucking pissed. Oh, pissed. I need to figure out this. I don't. Okay, I think one thing we're gonna do is just gonna work on it inside the groups, because that's definitely part of what's throwing me off. Okay, so then that means I need to add task list should become 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way around, and then I'll add what is my border? I think it's like minuscule actually is what the almost none. That's my border. Height gap is 0 because there is nothing. Padding, let's do 16. Just kidding. You're gonna be almost none. Oh, I know. Okay. Need you to fill. Okay, so now in context. Really? Oh, did I? I may have only changed it for the one. Okay, that's a little better. If I change this to Kanban. Right. So, building to in progress with title in progress. Okay, Kanban renders daemon provided columns and board column names. This workspace, all projects segmented, scope control, all project board refreshes from other workspace task events label on cards. Okay, I think I know what that means, but that's a good call out. I need to add that. What's the next task or phase for this stream of work? All right, take a look. See. Okay, so we do this. Okay, so here's the workspace too. So RMD is that? RMD is here. Okay, so if I go to workspace 1. Okay, workspace 2. And then looking through. So it shows up here, but it doesn't show up in the individual ones. The individual task here, you're all. So one thing that I'm noticing is that um, I'm not seeing the workspace label on all task um, containers whenever I'm viewing the uh, all tasks inside of this project. Um, it shows up whenever it's, for example, under queued, but if it's in the done column, for example, it doesn't show it when the work stream only has one task. It will show it if I open up a group of tasks inside of a work stream. It will then show the workspace that 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 each task was assigned to. So we just need to make sure that we're consistent with showing that information. Oh, fill remaining projection gaps. Next is a small hardening pass-through slice for new board projection. Before we jump deeper into integration, correct. Show tasks from both workspaces with workspace badges. Confirm task update refresh without tab switching. So we'll have to run tests for that one. Okay, so then that means we need to add I need to build these out more thoroughly, but I think I'm gonna leave that for now just as a placeholder. It gets me 50% of the way there, and then we'll do. I need to do the. I need to do the workspace creation. Okay, so go ahead and move on to the next phase of work. Okay, and then so for work stream or workflow, for now, I'm just going to we're just going to sketch something out and then we'll hand it. I'm doing this like real shitty because I don't want it to. I don't want it to start implementing styles. Progress from the new UI yet. Ending. Done. Failed. Okay, so then way it needs to work is nothing starts in queued. So it'd be just and then we need to have it do this doesn't have to be magical. This is just to get the point across to give it context. The architect that can't really do anything. It's kind of its own thing. And then so architect, builder, testing, QA, and then I guess there needs to be. QA goes to reporter, but then reporter needs to be the same as architect, but actually it's not. And then it will go to pending. Okay, let's see what it comes back with. Hey, what's up, C Films? How you doing? I'm doing all right. We are balls deep in ripping out the Kanban system, or not ripping it out and replacing it. Be the more correct way, I guess, of saying that. And then I'm just doodling out what the next feature is going to be. So right now, we only have the engineering template, but the users need to be able to customize the workspace template or create a new one. And so I'm just kind of mocking up a visual representation of kind of what I want it to do, what I want that that flow to be like, and then I'm going to give it to Codex and see what it comes back with. As far as all that, because there's a lot more to it, so it needs to be like, okay, if QA fails, then it needs to go. They could all go to done, or they could all go to that, and then. But there's, I think the system's gonna know the order of how things. If something failed, then it needs to go back to the architect, regardless of it, and then it'll just kind of go. So there's like a level of what's built into the what workflow is built into the application for all universal stuff, and then there's going to be a workflow that is customizable to either the template or to the user if they want custom. Okay, so what is this? Cards now include workstream report publication, push metadata, done workstream headers, see the badges. Okay, what's next? So let's see. We can go ahead and do and if one of my designers gave me a diagram that looked like this, I'd probably I don't know. I guess it'd be fine. It's just an internal thing. Integration hardening first slice. So now the board daemon is projected and Swift is mostly rendering the truth. The next real task is still get integration. Task merges, workstream, publication, loop, promotion, push, conflict, still. Parent states already added daemon mutation lock. Next should be add merge publish pre-flight state and surface it in pending. Okay, so we have to update the workflow. So this all sounds good, and I just want to confirm that all of these workflow changes are going to be based off of the workspace template JSON metadata file and not something that we're hard coding in, correct? The workflows task should be driven in daemon runtime metadata, not hard coded in Swift. Yes, that's kind of what I just said. Meaning should not decide the columns, role order, stage meaning, or workflow state. The next integration hardening work, the get states like should be daemon owned workflow project state. So we're not fully template driven yet, but they're okay. Got it. Okay, so I can add the context in Codex. I don't need to worry about that. So there has to be a section of assigning Git workflows as well after this is all handled. But then this is the order of things. The Git workflow is pretty much always the same. Doesn't matter what that is. It's just however many steps there are. Like you'll always have an architect. You'll always have an architect, and most likely you will always have an architect and a builder. You could just have like 5 architects, I guess. Like that would be fine. Although I actually don't think that that's correct. You would have like 5 builders. Maybe the architect is a hidden thing, because the architect is basically the communication tool back to the MCP. So it actually might be easier to say that you can have 5 architects. And then so yeah, so that we could have, we've got architect and ops. Those are rendered as outside the workflow. So green is outside the workflow, blue is inside the workflow. Gold is inside the workflow, but an invisible agent. It just happens in the background. I need to do that. And then whatever, it'll get the point. So these are inside a loop. Those agents are inside of a loop, and then the loop ends, and then it goes to the reporter. Reporter moves things. Once the reporter is done, once reporter is done, it moves to pending. Once the I guess ops doesn't really live outside. It lives inside of ops just lives inside of pending. So I think that there has to be reporter and ops and architect are 3 standard roles that are basically available to any user, or to the user for any in any workflow. Whether or not they include them or not, that's TBD. I think reporter and architect should be required. Ops probably not, but maybe. Whether or not I require them to be in it, I don't know. I think it would be better if I require them to be in it, and I could just have them be default to these locations. Let's change that to something gross. I need it to be able to see and understand. And then we'll do so then if basically then the purple line becomes if an agent finds something wrong, we have to, like, that has to be baseline rolls, I guess. I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work. I'm going to have to do a whole discussion with this thing. Done, added and committed, integration pre-flight. Word projection is now shows pre-flight metadata. Okay, so let's just make sure this thing still does its thing. What I should have done is okay, so it doesn't So there needs to be optimization about the speed of this thing coming in. Like, that should be one of the first things that it goes through. Workspace 2. For all workspace 2, your workspace 1. That's good. Okay, so then if we switch workspace 1, workspace 1. Oh. Workspace 2. Okay, so that's all correct. That's that. I don't actually have I don't have a origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Cool. All right, so that's actually, it was smart enough to do that. I need to add that to the Figma board. As something that I need to include. Bigger hardening item. Okay, go. Queued in progress, pending, done, failed. Reporter to ops And then there should be, so we need to have a, and then I'll just add like another agent down here. We'll just say like research. And then we can say there's one, there's 1, 0. So those are the ones that are what's being used. And then it will just be that's probably that's a good enough slice for the first pass. Reporter, and I don't think there's any reason that there would need to be I guess I can get rid of that. If basically the rule is just if any agent has a problem, it would just go back into question or failed mode. It'd go into blocked with a reason of question, or it would go into failed. And then what? So I have to think about like what the workflow is doing now versus what someone could set up in the future. So okay, done. This added integration, blah, 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 blah. Next test is the remaining hardening set. For the case where the parent target branch is currently checked out. I'm not 100%. How this thing's doing over here. So those are all visible. Reporter is invisible. Architect is visible. Then it would just go boom, 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 back and forth. Okay. Next likely phase, conflict resolution surfacing from ending branch, unless you want a live at. I don't know what that means. Next phase is pending conflict resolution. Move that work to pending with conflict metadata. That it means the board can say this is not a task failure. This is a merge from motion conflict, but we don't have a clean user daemon work. Phase would add that workflow when a publication or promotion hits a conflict. Likely blah. Preserve the conflicted merge state in a stable work tree, probably under blah. Project that state into the board as pending plus merge conflict. Keep Swift dumb. Swift renders the daemon bright. So the for the action of how to solve the merge conflict, that should just be, I think, the same modal that pops up today whenever we do a retry task, where it just says, hey, there was a problem. Would you like to retry it? And would you like to add more context? And then it goes back to the architect, and then the architect makes the decision on what to do. I don't understand why it would need to be any other workflow. I don't think we need any other tools either. Okay, and then the basic template would just be I don't even think we would do that. It would just be basic template, and then be this one, and then this one, then this one. I don't even know if it would have. I don't even know. Yeah, at that point, I don't think we even have ops. It would just be. I don't know. Would you ever have, if you're just vibe coding out of your mind and you're just talking to individual agents, They just follow the basic one. And then they would know. So the task would still get created. It would go through its thing. I guess if they're, yeah, it could still go to failed. It could still go to the failed column, like if the app crashed, and then it would just send it back to the architect, letting it know that, hey, this thing didn't actually happen. And then it's just on the user to do to handle merging. Maybe there could still be an ops agent, but I don't know why you would. I don't know. I think you're right for this size. You do not need a special merge. The only adjustment in that is that the multiple copy context should make clear this is not a builder test QA failure, it is an integration conflict. Yes. Go. Okay, so then that will fix. Yeah, so that I need, once this is, how far are we through this? Once we know that, then we'll work on this next. Um, %70. Okay, we're working on recovery with the architect. Then we have task detail history modal, timeline of attempts, retries, report runs, merges, blah, 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 blah. Board polish completeness checks, make sure every planned badge state is consistently projected and rendered. Completed but not promoted, pending, canceled, hidden, retry count, and dog food verification. The side thread currently sees 2 dirty Swift file. Okay, that's probably what this dude's actually working on, is those dirty files. So we should be good there. I really want to start working on that, because I feel like it could start overwriting a whole bunch of stuff dude's doing now. It shouldn't. You should be doing it in metadata JSON files. It should be fine. I don't know how I'm gonna test. I guess I'm gonna have him like go and do like force two files to have a conflict. Manually, because it should only happen when there's I don't think it's going to happen inside of the workstream branches. It would, I guess there's a possibility, but if it's inside of a work stream branch, then it knows to make tasks be dependent, so that shouldn't be a problem. And then if it's outside of a work stream branch, then it might have a problem as long if it's touching the same things. So after that, we'll need to update the workflow workspace template modal so that this can be these can be selected. And then and then we get more complicated by adding in all the different to actually do it, because then the users are going to have to be able to put in their own agent MD files. What changed? Swift now decodes publication, blah, 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 blah. Work tree clean. Next practical phase is finish the remaining board UI contract items before the history modal. Oh, I kind of want to hold off on the history modal until this is done, because I think the history modal is where there's going to be the most rework once multiple work templates are in place. In the backend source of truth, I'm patching only the missing Swift preference behavior. I don't know what that means. No idea. So one thing that I noticed whenever I was running the app last was that the So one thing that I noticed whenever I was running the app last was that if you're on the Kanban board and you're toggling back and forth between this workspace versus the entire project, it will not, it won't load up the tasks if the other workspaces are not loaded. So we need to make sure that we allow for task retrieval to be viewed even if a workspace is not open, even if it's not an active workspace. So maybe there's only 2 tabs in the tab bar, but they haven't opened the second one. It should be able to pull the tasks from the second workspace as well as any other workspaces that they have like completely closed. So then that way it's done. It shows historical data as well. So then that way it shows historical data as well. Rooney, what's up, man? How you doing today? Rooney, get script neck. Get script necked? Script neck? I don't know. How you doing? Obviously there's a delay between us, but right now I'm just I don't know how long you've been watching, but so right now I've been ripping out and replacing my Kanban board for my ADE project and making it JSON driven, and the Swift shell just reflects that data versus the shell being the driver of that information. And also simplifying it. I did have like 10 columns. I think it's, yeah. So the 10 columns have been ripped out, and now it's down to just the 1, 2, 3, just to these five columns, and then all the different agent roles go inside of each of these columns. They get assigned to it. So right now we're just ripping all that out and making the parallel work. The ability to do parallel work across multiple agents and multiple workspaces inside of one project a little bit more, I don't know if reliable is the right word, but anyway, that's the premise of what we're working on. And then these sweet doodles are basically the workflow templates that define which agent roles go into which columns and how they flow through said workflow. So right now everything it's not hard coded, but there's only one template and it's in progress. So the user will be able to build build their own workflows or choose from various ones that I build and then include in the app. So this will be the next piece that we work on after this is all in place. That's kind of the update. The status update, if you will, of what's going on. Should already be DB wide, so if the UI only sees open workspace data, then the likely leak is Swift. To add a regression coverage that deliberately marks only one workspace open, then verifies all projects, still returns tasks from another workspace that is in the DB but not open. Also pin the Swift request shape so project scope never depends on an active. Daemon side regression, only workspace A is open. So is the daemon side regression when you're talking about workspace A being open, but the scope equals project and how it must return workspace B's tasks? Shouldn't that just be a part of the universal check where it grabs all tasks regardless of if it's in a non-active workspace versus a closed workspace? Like what's the difference? Shouldn't it just use the same module? The code path was already intended to be project-wise, so this phase is mostly turning your observe edge case into regression contract. I think it's on the right track. But we'll just confirm that. I don't, not 100%. This is going to be a bitch to design. I kind of want to. So, I've got the real design of what the app's supposed to look like over here, and we're working through it. But it's not. This one is still very much a work in progress. These ones are pretty much done. They're 90% of the way there. So this is the new Kanban view, and then this is obviously what it looks like now. And then we'll obviously have to add this as a modal or drawer or something. I kind of want it to just, whenever we get to the UI phase, I can just have it be like, okay, here's the whole thing. You know what the old version looks like. Make the old version fit the new theme, and then see what it comes up with, and then do it, versus being explicit about what's going on. What's next? Okay, so this one we're gonna hold off on. Phase 5, modal integration hardening most. Okay, so is the modal and the hardening from phase 6 the last thing that we really need to add to this before we consider this done? There's also the project file reconciliation, but that comes later. I think there's another task that I want to do before we start doing the modal, because it might change things. Okay, cool. So it agrees that I'm a genius. Now we need to okay, so I've uploaded 3 sketches for the workflow creation tool. This will be what defines the workspace templates. And the user will be able to either select the template from a list of templates that get shipped with the app, or create their own from either custom agents or from a drawer of pre-made available agents that already have the correct MD files and all that kind of stuff. Inside it, you'll see a bunch of different squares. For example, you'll see architect, and you'll see that it's visible because it has the icon and it's open. You'll see a blue square with a bunch of blue boxes inside for builder, testing, and QA. All of those roles are visible roles, and the blue box that they're inside, it implies the loop mechanics. And then so once the loop is done, it goes to the reporter. Reporter then would move the tasks from um, in progress to pending. In the future, the ops will then handle the movement from pending to done. And then if anything fails, it goes to the architect, the same as we have today. This may not be 100% exact to our current workflow, but that's the general gist of it. The basic template screenshot you'll see is basically the same, except that it's just an architect and however many builder agents that the user may want to do. So it would actually kind of mimic the workflow that we are currently doing in the Codex app as we build out the ADE itself. It would still also have the available role drawer. And then there's a vibe template that essentially would just be a whole bunch of architect agents, and the user could just, it'd be as if they just opened up the CLI in a normal terminal window and they were just working normally. There isn't really any handoff or anything like that. It would still just use the basic workflow tools from the MCP to progress through the Kanban columns. This is meant to be high level and may not be 100% accurate as far as what the workflow represents today, but let's discuss, and if you have any questions. That was an impeccable prompt. It probably didn't pick up any of it. It did it really not. Are we serious? Okay, so the 3 screenshots attached are for work template creation and customization. It's not 100% exact to what we have today, so use it as a reference, but don't change anything with our workflow. Our workflow is the correct one for the engineering template. In it, you'll see that the architect lives outside of the workflow. And then the dashed pink arrows represent kind of the workflow itself. The blue boxes with the agent names are visible agents that work inside of the loop. So that's what the blue box around the 3 agents represents. Once the loop is complete, it goes to the reporter. Reporter can then move it to pending. And once we have the ops agent in the future, it will handle the moving from pending to done. That's the basic for the engineering template. Again, just use it as kind of a guideline and then ask me for clarification on anything. I don't want to change our workflow. I just am trying to represent it visually for the tool for the user to be able to customize. The basic template and vibe templates are representations of how a different workflow might work. You should create 5 tabs to divide each section more easily. You should create 5 tabs to divide each section more easily. So, what do you mean, Rooney? I think I know what you mean, but I think that's also what I'm doing. So, right now, this is mostly correct, where there's the set workflow, and then all of the different agent roles basically happen inside of the in progress. Once the architect makes the task, it sits in queued, and then when I tell it to execute, so there's an execute button up here that queues all of them. If I flip this switch, then it would start moving through the workflow. So this is basically just saying that it goes from queued, and then it goes into the loop, and then inside the loop it starts with builder, then it goes to testing, then it goes to QA, and then it just continues through that. And then once everything's done, once a loop is complete, a reporter reports on what was done and moves it to the pending column. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing. You should create 5 tabs to divide each section more easily. So what you might be describing is actually the old flow, where I had a queued, a building, a testing, a reviewing, and then I didn't have a pending. I just moved it to the done, and then in the done column is where all the merging and the pushing and all that kind of stuff happened. And then in the failed column was always there. But then there was also like a paused and a abandoned column, which those just aren't even needed. So I used to have 10 columns, and then it was just one agent per column, but that's not really universal. So if it, like that would work for coding, but it wouldn't work if you were just working on like marketing content or something like that. C Films, how's the project going? It's going good. I spent the last like 2 days. I was gonna stream yesterday, but was today Thursday? So it was Tuesday night. I decided to rip out all of the agent terminals from GhostyLib and then went back to SwiftTerm. There was an issue, a performance problem that kept locking up the app whenever you would switch between workspaces, because the GhostyLibs wanted to keep re-rendering. And so if you had more than like 5 total agents in a project, it would just lock up the entire app, because of the rendering requirement. So I ripped all that out, and then did a whole pass on hardening the workflow as far as everything. Because one thing that I was running into was that the app wasn't killing agents at the end of each task. So the way it works is the architect stays open, and then it creates the task, and then it hands it to the MCP server, and then the MCP server hands it to a builder agent. There could be, multiple builder agents, and then they'll claim them. And then once that task is complete, it kills that agent, and then it launches a new agent if there's another builder task available. And then that way I don't have to worry about context filling up. Or at least I shouldn't. There's actually a bug right now that it still does fill up, but that's on the back burner. We know what the problem is there. So that's the way it works, and each role does that. For example, there's no reason why the tester needs context of the last 50 tests that the previous tester ran. So it's not. In fact, I would rather it not have that context. Same with the QA agent, so that it's not hallucinating between tasks. And it's also not submitting all of the previous prompts each time. So it actually reduces token usage. All right, what are you saying? I actually assumed it was going to be a lot more. A lot more. Got it. I understand this is a visual template customization tool, not a workflow runtime change. Engineering architects, it's outside the above execution loop. Visible loop agents. Reporter runs after the loop completes. Reporter can move work to pending. Future ops agent handles pending to done. Kanban columns remain universal. The dashed arrows are visual workflow path, not a request to rewrite current execution. So it should be a drag and drop viewport. So just add another tab up next to roles and Kanban for now. So it should be its own view, and then it should be drag and drop. And where each of the like agent role boxes can be dragged around and then dropped into columns, and then there should be able to have arrows that can come off of each agent box to connect it to the correct next roll. That should also be done automatically. It should initially be based off of the order in which they show up inside of the tool. Not added, but how they're arranged. Ops future doesn't even need to show up right now. It just put it in there so that we have an idea of, what actually happens there. So don't include it in the tool for the engineering template. And the dashed arrows are what define the real template metadata. So they need to be visual, and they also drive what happens inside of the JSON file. Any other questions? Rooney says period. Okay. Drag and drop workflow template viewport. Rollbox is arranged into universal columns. Arrows become a real template metadata. I'm going to inspect the current template JSON, blah, 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 blah. Because the right question is probably what field do we extend? Not how should it work in abstract? Okay, that makes sense. The repo already has 2 relevant layers, a tiny built-in workflow templates.python. Okay, still reading. Sure. A few focus questions before I build it. That is a very good question. So what are you doing now? Work eventually, or should we introduce a separate workflow template? For number 1, I think it should be in the workspaces folder, and then just be called whatever the template name is. Right now inside of the workspaces folder, I think we only have a folder called init, and then inside of that folder is a config.toml. So that probably should be renamed as engineering template, since that's what we actually have right now. And then I think everything can go in there. I'm actually surprised that it got the toml part. First implementation scope. For the first pass, should drag and drop update only the visual layout? Well, so for the engineering template, let's render it as read only, and the user won't be able to modify the engineering template. And then once we have everything in place and everything is correct, then we can create a copy of the engineering template, and then we can enable the ability to edit it. The one thing with all of this is that the user cannot modify the workspace template while the poll is while the loop is in progress and tasks are being worked on. Okay, and then arrow editing. Should users create arrows by dragging them from one roll box to another, or is it enough to initially auto-generate arrows from vertical order placement and ledger? For now, arrow editing can just be auto-generated from the order placement. And then obviously we need to showcase the dashed arrows to signify the workflow flow. And template list, do you want this tab to show only the current workspace? Do you want this tab to show only the current workspace template first, or include a selector for template list? Let's just include the active template for now, and we can worry about adding a list for available templates or the ability to create your own once we have the initial engineering template visuals locked down and working correctly. Another task that we need to add is that once these templates are created, we need to make sure that we add them to the template selection modal in the various parts of the user journey. Any more questions? Ooh. I disagree. We need to go ahead and rename init because init is not going to be a workspace template that's available. Right now, the default is engineering template, so that's what we need to rename the folder. And then we just need to do a full audit on all of the code to make sure that anything we have hard coded with that becomes something that can become universal driven. And it really should just be part of the project database. That stores the project information. The one additional caveat to that is the engineering template should be in a folder structure similar to how we are doing the agents, where there's a folder for what is shipped inside of the ADE, and then there is a folder for templates that the user creates. So then that way, if we run an update with the app, it doesn't break their templates. This right here might just break the whole damn thing. Not sure. Working on fixing a problem with the Seafoam search engine. Is it your own search engine or are you using like third-party tool? I'm going to assume that it's your own engine, based on what I know of how you're approaching the rest of the project. No more questions. I understand the correction. Treat init as legacy bootstrap naming that needs to be audited and retired where it is pretending to be durable default template identity. Move toward project owned workflow template catalog and project DB with file system backing under AD workspaces. User created templates. Do not expose ops yet. Render only the active template first. Auto-generated dash arrows for role order placement. Prevent template edits while loop tasks are active. Go. Manix Tech says, "Wow, what's up, man? How's it going? How you doing today?" CFilm's website uses no frameworks and libraries. I feel like you're CFilms. I feel like you're like what would be the right way of saying it? Like, I think you're just a masochist, not using any frameworks or libraries and just doing everything your own. Like, I get it, but, and I would honestly probably say that's something I would have done whenever I used to code. But today I'm just like, no. If someone already has something out there and it's, you know, MIT licensed, and I want to include it in this project, then I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel if someone else already has a good solution. I did do that with the memory system because there is a whole memory system for this. Manix, good. What are you working on today, Manix? You vibe coding your brains out on some project? Local marketplace. So, like, local community marketplace to like sell stuff? Is it like a standalone thing or like integrates with other social media? Or what's the pitch here? Here. Ooh. Mostly like starting from my school, people post ads, buy and sell. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a wise thing to do, because if it worked for Facebook, maybe it'll work for you. Just don't make sure you don't steal it from some twins. Mini eBay. Is it gonna be all online, all digital, and like use Stripe for payment, or are you gonna keep it kind of like Craigslist? Because that's kind of a weird thing, that it'd be like a local eBay would be entirely online, but then you hand deliver it peer to peer. Okay. So is it more like Craigslist and less like eBay, or? Ooh. Smart escrow. Okay, so is the escrow, does that mean like it's peer-to-peer handoff, but then you still have to do payments digitally? Because that actually be kind of cool. Because that prevents the whole, like, you go and you buy something off Craigslist and then you go meet the person in a dark corner of a shady parking lot at a strip mall. And like, they're like, you get there and then like, oh, I only brought $20, even though you guys agreed on 30. And it's like, okay, well, we're already here, so screw it. We'll do it for $20 instead. I guess it's not. It doesn't. It's not unique to your situation. The first thing that comes to mind though are people meeting up, doing the handoff, and it's not like sending stuff through eBay or whatever, where at least there's a paper trail of mailing the package, and then people doing chargebacks. So then the person got the product, did a chargeback, and there's no paper trail. That's very negative of me to have that be my first thought, but that's what comes to mind. I guess if they do that, maybe there's a way for then the seller to report the chargeback, and then it just kicks that person off the platform, and they can't do it anymore. Can't use it. It's a good idea though. I like the smart escrow system. I like that. I like that actually. It'd be cool. I'm already like I'm really good at blowing scopes out of the water and just blowing them up to being massive. It'd be really cool if you had a pool that the escrow went into. And then basically, there's a holding period, and then you can earn interest off of it. Do people want to pay a percentage of their money they make to the system? Well, so C-Films, I mean, you got to kind of think about it. Like, even today, like, you buy something off Craigslist, like, people may not show up with cash, and then you're paying a percentage to PayPal or something, I guess. But I mean, it's kind of one of those like known things. Like eBay would have taken a percentage as well. I guess maybe the benefit that you could do is like the user doesn't pay the percentage and then that you eat the transactional cost. But if you're able to put it in a pool and then grow interest off of it, as long as that interest from the pool is greater than the transaction percentage, then it should be fine, right? All right, what changed? Added ADE, owned workflow template, catalog files, added blah, 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 blah. Catalog, added Swift decoding. The tab renders the active engineering as a log. Okay, so it's saying it's already added the new tab. Let's take a look at what it did. I'm real nervous, coach. I actually haven't rebuilt the app in a while, so I don't even, the Kanban board should. So Workspace 2 hasn't been loaded. Once Workspace 1 finishes, it should be able to pull in Workspace 2 stuff. And it does. Okay, so that's cool. Moment of truth. What is this? So it's not. With cash only, the person does not pay the third-party system. That's true, but then they wouldn't utilize the escrow. I wonder if you could treat it almost like Airbnb, where you've got like, it's not verified, it's something else. I can't remember what they call the system, but basically it's like an auto book thing. So if the property is an auto book, you can just do it immediately and be done with it, versus if it's not, then you have to like work with the host to actually do the scheduling. And I think they get penalized if they change your stay if they are the more advanced type. So maybe that's something you could have manix, where you could search by sellers that are only going to use the digital system or the escrow system. Again, I'm really good about blowing out scopes. Okay, so this is kind of right. I'm just going to take a screenshot. So I think this is mostly right. I can see how you are connecting everything together. I'm not seeing any arrows or lines that show the workflow, and I'm also not seeing the container that signals that the agents are in a loop. And then I'm also not seeing I'm also not saying how we will be able to say that QA goes back to architect if there's a problem, or any of that type of stuff. So I think we need a little bit more detail here. In general, it's in the right direction, but I think we can do more. What are your general thoughts now that you've actually seen it? Facebook Marketplace is more popular than Craigslist now. I don't know. If I have to sell something online, I ask my wife to do it. I don't. Well, I haven't had a Facebook in like 10 years probably. But it is also regional. I guess the thing that Manix Tech is tapping into is that it's built off of people at his school. So you kind of have that social hardening already in place. Like maybe part of his app could be like, meet me at this location, and it's based off of the school's stuff. That might be, that's one part of it. But also like Craigslist and Facebook, I don't think are always the winners. So like here in Utah, we have KSL, and that was because like of a Mormon thing. It was actually part of like the local newspaper, and so most people, it's probably just as popular as Facebook, but Craigslist is like a distant third. The structure is basically right, but still need more nodes on a board than workflow editor. My thoughts: the dashed lines are too faint and ambiguous. They exist, but without arrowheads, they read like decorative connector lines, not workflow direction. They need stronger control. The loop needs a visual container, builder, like a blue outline container around those boxes. The layout should communicate hierarchy better. Architect should feel like it lives outside and above the loop. Ooh, I'm glad that it picked up on that. Not just another box inside of queue. Reporter should feel like the handoff after the loop. Right now, the positions are technically correct, but not visually opinionated enough. Columns are useful, but they dominate too much. The columns are context. They slightly soften the column headers and bring more attention to the agent flow. Yeah, I don't actually care about that. Read-only state should be obvious, but quieter. I think most of these are correct. Number 1, I agree with. Number 2, I agree with. Number 3, I agree with. Number 4, I don't really care. I think it's fine for this. It's really just demonstration purposes before the UI polish phase. So I wouldn't even worry about doing that work. For number 5, I agree. I think it needs to be more obvious that the template itself is locked versus the individual agents. If the user was to eventually duplicate this, then the reporter, for example, would be unlocked and they could move it around. But right now, it just seems like the agents are locked versus the workflow. And then, yes, we also need to add in things like the name of the template, whether it's read-only or not, etc. Yes. So this, let's look at this again. So it's gonna add the loop border. It's gonna add in workflow arrows. It's gonna add in that. So in this line will need to be updated because this is a workflow. These lines are handoffs. This should should eventually connect to the loop box. And then that loop box should connect to the reporter. So I think that'll be better. Final tree is clean, no push. Push, push, push. Don't push. All right, let's see what it did. Built-in read-only. Okay. I mean, it's not like amazing, but who cares? This is the temporary UI. So I think we need to add. So this looks better, but we still need to make sure that it's clear the architect lives above the actual workflow. And we need to add in both dashed arrows that show the workflow progression. And then we need to differentiate the arrows from agent to agent handoff. Even though technically the agents go to the MCP and then the MCP does the handoff between agents, it needs to be clear to the user what is a workflow versus where's the handoff in the order of things. Right now the arrow that's going from architect to builder needs to technically be that's a workflow arrow, so dashed, and it needs to be pointing at the task loop. And then the 3 agents need to be pointing at each other. Then there also needs to be a workflow arrow that goes from QA back to architect. And then there would be a workflow arrow that goes from the task loop itself to the reporter, not an arrow going from QA to reporter. And then there would be a workflow arrow that goes from pending to done. And then there needs to be a workflow arrow that goes back to architect from failed. So I think we need also to help with some of the workflow arrows, we need to have a different styled container that shows just the workflow steps. Okay, well that runs. I'm gonna go grab a snacky poo and an energy drink. So I'll be back in like two minutes. All right. Actually, Oh God. You guys can listen. Okay, so while he works, here's workflow needs to be per workspace, because I could have, something else I need to do is check. It's weird. Why does it need to prepare? So after this step, I can probably call it good enough. And then we can have it do the duplicate. Maybe we can have it quickly build out the basic template. Oh, you know what else we need to do? We have to do the configuration. Oh, we gotta do that. We need to do the configuration for each of the agents. Right now, how is that being stored? I know how to modify it. So right now I have this drop down, drop up. Discuss shouldn't even be a thing, right? So I think this is good enough for now. Technically, it's still not 100% what I want it to be, but it's fine. One thing that we also need to do is take a look at how the role assignments for which vendor and model get applied by default. So right now, up by the notifications bell, there's a icon that does a drop down that shows all the default assignments for the different roles. That needs to also be workspace driven, not necessarily project based. And so the user should be able to define what they want for each role. For now, with the engineering template, it can be locked, and they can't make changes. We just need to get rid of that icon in the top right corner of the app, and then reflect those changes inside of each of the agent role square tiles. This would be just for the defaults for the template. The user would still be able to adjust the model and vendor from each panel individually after the workspace is built, and then obviously the workspace should remember those decisions in between app restarts and things like that. Also, inside that dropdown for the current icon that is on the top right corner of the app, there's still a dropdown for a discuss agent. We ripped that out weeks ago. Not sure if that is just dead code or if the discuss agent actually still exists in some form or fashion. Got a band-aid fix working to solve your problem. Got a band-aid fix working to solve your problem. Well, so what? I know you said it was for your search engine, but like, what was the problem? Or wait, did you say you were hardening? Maybe that was the day you were working on like making it, you were doing maintenance and stuff, or making it more scalable. That's what the word was. So what was the problem with the search stuff? Ephemeral architect. I'm reading that path now so we can remove the top level control without accidentally breaking discuss. So if I clicked this report and then I said discuss, yeah, so right now you can view the report after it's generated, and the only way to discuss is you click this button and then it pastes a temporary artifact into or not a temporary, but an intermediate artifact into the architect's pane, and then you can actually ask the question and it'll reference this report as context. So I don't think we have any reason to have the ephemeral architect anymore, or at least it should not be categorized as a discuss agent, because right now, from what I can remember, we have the discuss button in the report modal, and that's the only place that it exists. And we added the ability to click that button, and then it sends an intermediate artifact to the architect panel as a context reference point, and then the user can add, whatever question or comment that they have to the architect at that point. But there is no standalone discussion piece anymore, so I don't even know if that code is really even needed anymore, unless there's something in the plan for an ephemeral architect that I don't remember. In the search engine movie results, the movie results would show before each result there was. In the search engine movie results, the movie results would show, but each result there was in a. I mean, so is this what you're talking about? C films? Whoop, where'd it go? Is this what you're talking about, where you search for it and 10 things returns nothing, even though it should have returned 10 things about you, or 10 things I hate about you? Is that what you're talking about when you say like NA? Because I was able to get it to show up if I got the title. I guess I typed in things, not 10 things. Right, never mind. Ignore what I just said. If I type in 10 things, it does show up. Are you gonna add auto suggest, auto complete to the search tool? I don't. Maybe you've already patched it, and that's why I'm not seeing it. Was it saying like NA right here, or what? Let's see. I think your instinct are based on current code I looked at. Ephemeral Architect is not a real user-facing discuss agent anymore. It looks like historical scaffolding best may have meant. So I don't think that that's 100% correct, because whenever that panel still dropped down from the top right of the app, you could select the vendor and model, and it was defaulting to a Claude model, which is what it was whenever we initially set it up. So I just want to make sure that we're not simply just removing it from the user's view, that if it's dead functionality, which I'm pretty sure that it is because we just send it to the architect panel now, that to me that sounds like dead code and dead functionality. So if we can, we should remove it. Do some investigative work on what it's still tied to and if any of it's still being used today. The NA was on the line before the movie title. Okay, but you're saying you fixed it now. How much traffic do you get, if you don't mind? Also, I'm looking at your table structure. Kudos on actually using a table versus flex boxing everything. I don't, not to like criticize it, but it's weird that you have all of your TDs and TRs as classes versus IDs. So like what I'm what I'm looking at is like so you've got class movie data on the TD, and then you've got like down here you have movie data director. So first of all, there's like no padding on this one specific cell, but a class of movie data director, I mean, I guess there could be multiple directors. I guess it's just a little weird. Like, why wouldn't this TR have an ID of movie director, and then these would all just be the exact same classes? Like this would have a class of gray background, for example, versus I guess this is zebra striping. Technically this is zebra striping, it's not like a header for a section. Might be something to look at. Should I move the movie release year and movie term to one line like 1985? Yeah, I get that. That's the point of the ID. I guess my point though was that the TR covers the whole row, and that's for directors. And then inside of your so like if we looked at this, let's look at like actors, for example. This TR would be an ID of actors, and then each one of these like I don't know if it really needs to say movie data actor, because they're all styled the same. Like it's all the rows are all the cells are the same. You would just actually have it styled by whether it's a what style of zebra that it is. But I don't know how you're injecting the information, so maybe that's why you have it as classes. But as far as your question around, yeah, it has multiple directors, so it'd be the same thing as main actors. This TR would be TR with an ID of actors, and then this would be like this TD for the headline would have like a class of like movie head have like table headline or table row headline, and then these would all have would just be the standard, would be that. I don't know if it needs to be like movie data actor. But then yeah, director would be kind of the same thing. It would be this color of gray for the zebra striping. And then it would just have a class of table heading, even though it's not a heading because it's on the left, not on the top. And then this would just be a standard cell class. I don't know if it needs to be. Yeah. So movie data description. Like, couldn't that just be the class or something? I don't know. Mine defaults to classes. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's working. Just this as someone who led front end teams way back in the day, and if I was doing a code review, that's something that I would just be calling out. Yeah. Also, I don't remember my table structures. TRs are I thought TRs were columns and TDs were rows. Maybe that's not true. TR table row. Been a long time since HTML4. Take it or leave it, man. It's your project. This is something I just saw real quick whenever I was looking at the code. Clearly, it doesn't like break anything. So all good. Okay, so your instance UI is not just dead UI. I found two separate discuss concepts. Report window discusses the newer flow. It does not launch discuss agent inserts. Blah, 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 blah. This part should stay. Old standalone ephemeral architect. This is still live encode is used when clicking non-report drawer notifications like question failure items. But for things like question and failure items, don't we have a new flow where if the user clicks on retry, for example, for a failed task, it opens a modal, shows a summary of the task with an input box that just adds a place for them to type, and then that just sends the whole thing back to the architect. Like there isn't another agent that they're talking with before it gets sent back to the architect. Right now, I'm pretty sure everything just goes back to the baseline architect that's built into the workflow. I don't think the ephemeral window, ephemeral architect, or anything like that ever actually gets called anymore. Let's check. Oh, I deleted it. Well, let's open this one. Oh yeah, I would hope you'd be using HTML5. I I don't have it. All my books are in storage, but I had a when I was a kid. This is I'm 41. So whenever I was a teenager, my parents bought me an HTML4 book whenever that was the thing. So it was like good, like 3, 4, 5 inches thick, and like came with multiple CDs that you could like do the tests and stuff on. And so like that's how I learned how to code websites and stuff like that. And then I eventually got like another one for JavaScript and whatnot. And I actually ended up reading like the entire book on a road trip, like a summer road trip or whatever. I read that thing like cover to cover multiple times, trying to understand it. And this was before laptops were a thing, or at least laptops for like normal people. The TR row of cells in the table. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, it's been a hot minute since I've written. I'm pretty sure whenever we coded last, we weren't using tables because everything had to be responsive. We were in the era of responsiveness, so everything was just flex boxes. Flexbox divs, no tables. Okay, so I don't have any. Okay, maybe let me check a different one. Kanban. It's kind of funny. I'm looking for failed tasks, and I'm sad that there aren't. Okay, so that's slice. That is slice C. Let's try D. All these different slices were me trying to fix a problem the other night. Got it. TR is the cell. Okay, so no failed ones in that one. What about slice E? Pretty sure slice E is where I basically cussed out the agent. Pretty sure Codex almost. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah. I don't know what this replacement thing is. Also, while I was investigating the retry modal, I noticed that there's another button for replacement, create replacement task. I have no idea what that's for. Isn't that something that the architect runs as part of its diagnosis whenever it gets a retry task sent back to it? I don't think that's something that the user needs to do on its own. It just needs to go back to, they just need to have the retry button, and then they can add context, and then the architect can figure out if they need to create a replacement or just modify the spec. We don't need this whole replace thing. That can completely go away. Do I have any fail? Okay, so I do have, and that just goes to there. So that's that. That's that. That's that. Kanban card failure path already uses the retry modal, but drawer failure question notification still route to terminal spawn. I'll include that in this cleanup. Failure should open the same retry model. Reports still open report windows, and blocked questions should use the existing answer flow or architect context path rather than launching ephemeral agent. Okay. For drawer question notifications, there's already a direct answer sheet, so no architect or ephemeral agent is needed there. For drawer failure notification, keeping the same retry modal you showed user. Okay, so it looks like we're making progress on stripping this thing out. Little side quest. Placement is still available to the architect through create task. Okay, that's correct. Architect can make replacements if it deems worthy. So the question, okay, we need to get it back on track with the so if you're in so we're not showing we need to show the role. We need to show the role that each task is currently assigned to. Still need to figure out this spacing problem. Love that. But I think it looks better than it did. It no longer defines or asserts ephemeral architect policy, including the more general tool policy test now. Okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. It needs to know that is mid. That's mid. Guess this should be mid. Maybe maybe this is backwards. Maybe this is backwards. Okay, actually, I don't need that. I need this just to be here, and then that goes there. Okay, what are you saying? Old stand-up, ephemeral architect, discuss agent, path is removed, failure notifications. Also remove the separate user, create replacement action. Okay, cool. Cool, so let's get back to adding the agent, vendor, and model information to the tiles inside of the workflow template. As far as what their defaults are. Instead of adding them directly to the tile themselves, we need to make the tiles clickable. And then that will open a modal that allows the user to modify aspects of that role. So the first one would obviously be the vendor and model that it will use by default. But then this could also be where they add in the custom instructions for the agent.md file. We should also show a box that shows the built-in agent.md information, but that should be locked and read-only. That is actually going to be a huge piece. So I actually think this is backwards now. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so this is body. And this is better. What does this do for? That still looks fine. Okay, so if I go I remove this. That looks better. That's mo proper. Excuse you. Okay, so now we have that, and then, so this needs to be truncatable. Needs to, oh shit. Okay, that's fill. But it doesn't look good down here once it's in context. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's better. White space clean, staging, committing, modal work now. Okay, let's see what you did. Built-in prompt content is not available for this role. So for now, this is mostly fine. One thing we need to do is the built-in agents MD text area is currently read-only, which is correct. So style it slightly different, like just lower the opacity down to like 80%, just so it's more clear that it's read only. But also you need the currently the text area is not scrollable. So it needs to be disabled but scrollable. Disable but scrollable. Template. Engineering template. Engine builder. Also, the title of the modal where it says builder engineering template read only, separate those into two lines. So it's builder and it's in larger text, and then put engineering and template read only on the second line. And then while you're at it, also add a small small action icon inside of template read only. Next, change from template read only to just a lock icon. But make it so that there's also a icon for duplicating the workflow that would then lead into the ability to duplicate the workflow as a custom workflow, and it becomes unlockable. So that will be the next part of this workflow tool creation thing. Oh, that's a good prompt. Also, for the built-in agent, next to it, next to the title of that panel, include how many lines it is. Get that going. Boom, 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 boom. The Focus X code test passed again. Neato. Whoops. Minimize. Accidentally quit the browser. All right. What's next? Need to do. Oh. Uh. I'll keep that in mind. Is now muted read only but scrollable and selectable. Built-in panel title shows line count. Modal headers split in. Okay. I guess it actually doesn't make sense for. Okay, so a few things. Um, I'm noticing that in the reporter, it's not showing what the agent MD file is for the reporter. Do we not have an agents.md file for it? It just says built-in prompt content is not available for this role. So is the agent MD for the reporter more hard coded into the workflow versus it being an agent, or what's going on there? Second, let's change the buttons from uh, what do I want to change these to? I think it's actually fine. So whenever the user clicks save instructions, it saves, but then it also closes the window. If the user just clicks close, then it won't save it. Um, does this? Um, Tiki McPhee? AO just realized I don't know what is. Awesome development environment. No, actually, I like that. Um, so technically, it's agentic development environment. So it's handling multiple agents and kind of corrals them. So you can use multiple agents easier. Mine is a little bit different from other people that are out there on the market. Um, let me get through this prompt and then I'll kind of walk through it. But what's up, man? How's it going? How you doing today? Tiki McPhee. I don't know. I like saying that name. So stick around so I can keep saying it. Um, okay, if I do ignore this test, could not. Okay, so then that's weird. I don't know what that's all about. If the user just clicks close, then it will say that there are unsaved changes. Do you want to proceed, or do you want to save or cancel? No, that's not right. If the user just clicks close and there are unsaved changes, then there should be a modal that confirms with them. If they click save instructions and there were changes, then it should just automatically save and it should close. One thing to note is that I added some instructions, some custom instructions, and whenever I added them and then clicked save, the this error modal popped up. Um, so review that. Um, the other thing that I'm noticing is that I actually don't need the copy icon or the duplicate icon for an agent role. And I also don't need to see what template the agent belongs to. It just needs to say what the agent's name is. The other thing that I'm noticing is that um, I'm not able to actually change the default vendor and model. That part um, should not be locked, same as custom instructions. The user should be able to modify that. They just can't modify the built-in agent's MD file. Do your thing. No, man, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I just needed to like get this out of my head. Um, anyway, so this is basically what we're building. Well, this is these are all individual agents. Um, and they all communicate to each other through a Kanban system. So you talk with the architect, and then I could say make MD file that says hello Tiki McFace. So it'll start to process that request. Um, it calls an MCP server, and then here's the task right here. I can go ahead and hit planning mode. I don't know if it's going to do yours first. No, it's going to go in the order of which the tasks were done. But the point is, so then the builder will pick it up. It'll do its thing. Then it'll hand it over to the tester. Then it'll hand it over to the QA, and they all do their thing. And then it does it in a loop. So even though it was just one, it'll now go through this whole list. And you could have 50 of these things. It'll start to bog down your computer, but that's on you. But it'll go just that much faster. And so you can do this to where it's essentially this is a standardized workflow. Um, but what we were working on and what I was giving notes for is the workflow. So this is the workflow that this workflow template utilizes. So here's your builder, tester, QA, and kind of how it goes through its thing. You'll be able to build your own and all that kind of stuff. Oh shit! It's Tiki McPhee, not Tiki McFace. Yeah, you're right. It is Tiki McFace now. Um, yeah. So that's the whole thing. Is that like, and the reason this is important, or why I think it's important, is because not everybody is a developer, but they want to be able to code, and so this kind of helps them produce better code. So historically speaking, I used to be a developer like 10, 12, 13 years ago, and now I'm a designer, creative director. And so I'm basically building on what my knowledge of it was 10 years ago. So maybe it's a little bit out of date, but I'm working on getting it up to speed with like work trees and all that. So if you're not a developer, you can come in here and you could still write a mostly quality code. And it goes through all the different phases and all that kind of stuff. But then the cool thing is you could make your own workflow for, say, copywriting for marketing material, and then it'll follow its own workflow, and you can design what that looks like. Um, and then yeah, it all goes into the Kanban system. And then the good thing is like these are Codex, and then QA is Grok. If you were doing, let's say you were doing creative work, you could have your architect be Codex, or it could be Claude, and then it hands it over to a Codex builder, and then it uses the Codex's built-in, you know, um, tools. So it goes off and it uses, um, ChatGPT and its imaging tools, because it's a better system than Grok, for example. So if you know that the builder is going to be where you get your image creation, you could assign that to Codex, or to, well, more specifically to ChatGPT 5.5. The other thing here is, I mean, you could keep it all in one family. All of them could be Codex, but have Builder be 5.3, have Coder, or have Tester and QA also be 5.3, but have the Architect be 5.5, because that's where you need the most amount of reasoning and smarts and stuff like that. Specification as feature driver is the right abstraction level these days, I think. I agree. 100%. Yeah, like let the user not step on their own toes, but also don't like lock them in, and then let the models do what they do best. And if you're knowledgeable about that, then cool. If you're not, then just run whatever the default is out of the box. What do we? So reference all the MCP reads task 34 build artifact. So I don't know what this is. Interesting. Kanban. Create a random alternate history vignette. What? Why did you cannot validate as passing full spec word count failure inaccurate parameter? So then the other thing is some of this has dependencies built into it. So if 34 passes or fails, and these were dependent on 34, it locks it up. If you had another QA role, so like I could come in here and add a QA, and then it should kick off the workflow loop again. Yeah, so it automatically picked up 38. I don't know. We need to pass that along. What's interesting is it also didn't add the red until I moved it. Until I added another one. So yeah, that's what we're working on. This has been working for a little while, and now we're adding in the ability to do a custom workflow because you can have multiple workspaces inside of one project. Um, is this native Qt? No, man, it's good. It's lots of questions. Don't worry about it. It's Swift UI. It's not Electron or anything like that. Um, is it native Qt? I don't know what Qt is. But it's just I'm on my Mac, and then this is the temporary app, getting all the functionality working and all that kind of stuff. And then this is in between tasks, or in between Codex working to actually build it. Then we're actually designing what the real UI will look like. So this is what it'll look like whenever it's done. That's so um you got your architect and then all your roles, and then on in the real interface it'll be your architect and then all of your roles. Qt is just enough UI library with a custom renderer. Gotcha. No, it's full Swift, and then everything is um all the information and truth is handled by um the project's daemon. So there's an MCP server, and then the daemon holds all the truth and handles all of the RAG memory system as well as the SQL database and the handoffs and all that kind of stuff. And then the shell um, just reflects that, and then it can also send commands to the MCP. So yeah, so that's how it works. Big learning curve for me, that's for sure. Um, why is this thing taking so long? I thought what we asked for was actually pretty straightforward. Um, oh, it's doing something about the reporter. It said it didn't have an agent's MD file. Reporter runtime model config already exists in the database and launchpath, but the endpoint has been narrowed to visible pane. Oh, could display reporter, then hit a daemon for. Reporter now has a bundled reporter MDs and included in the runtime default roles. So custom reporter instructions are no longer just decorative UI. I hope that's not going to mean it's going to add a pane. Reporter was the odd one out. It was a real daemon role with runtime, but its prompt was still hard coded in. Okay. So just to confirm though, reporter is still a hidden agent. It doesn't have its own panel, correct? Because that needs to still remain true. You just need to be able to see its reporter MD file. I guess I could just run the app. And it'll tell me. Um. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Just getting all of the pieces of furniture into the house before we start doing decorating. Okay, what are you? Please don't tell me you're a reporter. QA, Okay, no, you're the temporary QA that I added. Workflow. Sweet. Okay, so that did that. Okay, so we need to go back. So this looks better. I'm still not able to change the default vendor and model or built-in templates. So to clarify what I'm asking for, the reporter should have. It's not even the reporter. The modal for agents, regardless of role, should have the two drop downs for model and vendor, but they should not be locked. They just display what the default is, and if you change it and you save, then it should update all of the panels accordingly. Um, and it should save those preferences for all future uses of that template. I don't actually I don't know if that's correct. Drop downs in the model and vendor, but they should not be locked. But they should not be locked and should be able to be changed. If a user changes the vendor and model and then they save it, it should then go and update all of the panels on the roles tab to whatever the user selected. Um, this should be fine because we're not allowing the workflow to be updated while the tasks are in progress. Oh yeah. Which how do we are these agents dynamic instances persistent by ID in your DB layer? I'm curious how you keep consistent between components. No. So the architect is persistent and doesn't get killed. Except obviously whenever you quit the app. Um, but all of the other roles, they get killed and then respawn every time they claim a task. So then that way, in theory, uh, the amount of tokens that get used are as small as possible. Um, because then you're not doing like 20 tasks for the builder and then it's submitting 20 tasks worth of context. So you're supposed to keep it as light as possible, as fast as possible, and as cheap as possible. Um, the thing that goes on is there's some magic behind the scenes. But the architect takes my prompt and it rewrites it for the task. So what it actually tells what the builder gets is much more detailed from the architect than whatever I put in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I kind of do it right now. It's not sticking. I built this workflow. Um, it's in the description of the YouTube stream. So if you head over there, it'll be you can look at it if you want. If you're on or if you're on Claude, it should still work. I haven't used Claude in a while, so I haven't updated the workflow. But there's um, I have a workflow that this will inside of just the desktop app. It'll spawn desktop or it'll spawn builder agents inside of the app, and then it communicates back and forth. But it doesn't kill them. This one actually kills them. So I came up with a workflow inside of the desktop app, and then once I got that working, that's when I decided to start working on this. But so then that way you have the architect over here. It's called the advisor and the builder, and so the advisor gives the prompt to the builder, and then um uh and then the advisor reviews the builder's work, so it gets a little bit better quality out of it. But I've kind of been slacking and I haven't been enforcing that workflow today. I should have. So like if we look in here, um yeah, so the way it works here, like this is my prompt to it, and then it confirms some stuff, and then it drafts this MD file, and then this MD file is essentially the this is the prompt that the builder gets. Or no, that's a spec document. Um, that's a spec document. Okay, let's go. This is this is the document that it references, and then it gives a prompt. There's a prompt in here, builder prompt. There it is. So user asked round two. User asked, "This is what I asked it to do, but it actually rewrote it and made it smarter. Here's the plan. Here's the implementation." Um, and then it passes that to the builder agent. So and then you can. This is the full history of everything um, that it is. So I have a full history of building this entire thing. And then that gets all fed into a memory system. It's different for the actual app, but um, that's how it works. And so then that's how I can do like one expensive model and one very cheap model is because the instructions to the builder are way more detailed. Yes, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Well, I don't know if I would say 100% what it is, but essentially. So that's how it works here inside of the app. Let me let me force this dude. I have to remind him every once in a while. What changed? Built in. Let me rebuild the app and just check this real quick. Default is da da da. Okay, let me actually just confirm. Okay, so right now the builder's on Codex. Let me add another builder agent, builder, and we'll put you. Wait, that doesn't even matter. And then we'll change builder to being rock. Save instructions. Okay, so it didn't change. It changed this one, but it didn't change a spawned one. So let me give him a prompt. Let me built-in template lock no longer affects the inner model defaults. Okay, that's good. The workflow model now stages changes locally. Clicking save. So one bug that I just found is I spawned a second builder agent and then went in and changed the model in the workflow tab for the builder from Codex, which is its default, to Grok, and it updated the model and vendor correctly for the default agent, but it did not change the model and vendor for the spawned builder agent. So we need to do a check um, for that. Also, you are the advisor and you're doing all the building, so make sure you follow the advisor workflow. So let's see if it actually does it. It should be like, oh yeah, you're right, my bad. I'll act as the advisor. You're right to call that out. I keep the workflow boundary tighter here. Yeah, so now it's going to kick into the workflow. It doesn't. I never really tested it with Codex. I only built it in Claude. Um, blah blah blah. So it's not as clean as it was working in Claude. I'm going to make the propagation role base for spawn paints without touching ADE package source. So it right now it's acting as the advisor. It's going to go and do a whole bunch of investigative work, and then it should write the prompt and spawn a builder agent. Tiki McVie. Tiki McFace. Okay, he's editing it. I don't know. He's not doing the advisor. So yeah, that's why I'm building the app, is because it's hard to enforce the roles inside the desktop app, inside the Codex app. It likes to drift. So I allow. How are you interfacing with agent in app? You mentioned with Claude versus Codex, or is that your personal dev and the app is agnostic? Or are you interfacing inside of the app I'm building or inside the desktop app Codex? Which one do you mean? The app that I'm building is agnostic. You can make it whatever you want. So I can relaunch this, and now the architect is Grok. Yeah. So in the app, it's completely agnostic, and I can assign. Um, I just have these three working. the eventual goal is that you'll also be able to add in Gemini if you hate yourself, or add in. Um, I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do uh, the the local agents. Um, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do local agents yet. If that's something that like maybe it goes through like Open Router, or maybe it goes through Hermes, or maybe it just attaches directly. Um, the point is that it'll connect through CLIs. So if there's some way to have a CLI interface, then you'll be able to use it. Um, and then eventually, the other part is this will all be headless. So if you have a rack full of Mac Minis and they're all running local models, you could say the builder is on machine 1 and the tester is on machine 2, and then they would all come back to your host machine. Um, and so then you could run the whole thing completely local across multiple machines, and it would do all of the orchestration for you. But yeah, so that's kind of the whole plan is like, um, I really like using Grok as um, a planning tool. Like before Grok had a CLI, I would just go to like X and I would just kind of high level build out the ideas of what I would want. And then I would give it to Codex or Claude and then have it chew through that and actually build whatever I wanted. So this is kind of just skipping all of that. So I could use Grok here and then Codex for everything else. Um, the you don't have restrictions on modifying ADE package slash source. I was reminding you that you're the advisor and should be spawning builder agents to make these tasks. Whatever. I'm super close to being able to just use the ADE to build the ADE. I actually tried to do it. I think it was last week. But the problem I ran into was there's a lot of like if I go in here and so these are all the test projects. If I look in here, there's an ADE folder that gets created, and then this is kind of like the project management stuff. Um, well, so this is the perfect example. So this is the ADE dev. This is the app itself, and whenever I tried to run the ADE as dog fooding for the ADE, it like completely broke everything. So I have to do some hardening around actually being able to load up its own code inside of itself, which just hurts my brain. Um, bug that spawn pains keep their okay. So it's saying that it fixed that bug. That's right. I completely forgot what we were even doing. Okay, so builder, we're gonna add another builder. It's gonna be grok build, go into workflow, builder, switch you back to Codex, and then we'll do Spark, save instructions. Okay, sweet. Sweet. No, actually not sweet. Wait, yes. So those were correct. Okay, interesting. So it's doing it per workspace, which I guess is fine. Codex 5.3, Codex 5.3, Codex 5.3. So if I change you back to grok, when we look at this, grok, workspace 2, Codex. Okay, so it is doing it by workspace only. I think that's what that means. Maybe you could let it dev in a work tree. Yeah, I don't. So I think it's more than the work tree. The big problem that came up first was the git ignore file. Um, that like completely got fucked up. So whenever you create a project or you clone a project or you do all that kind of stuff, it downloads. Let's say you cloned a repo, which is what I did. Is I created a new folder and then my I cloned ADE dev from GitHub. It clones it and then it does the .ade folder and all the project setup. And then it does the git ignore file to include all the ADE stuff, but the ADE dev has its own git ignore that has all the proper stuff to do it. And so it just gets like super like ADE inception. Um, and then there was this whole issue with the memory system. And so it was like it needs a memory system for it to build itself, but then it needs the updates to the memory system. It was a whole thing. So I need to like spin some cycles figuring that out so I can actually move away from that and actually start using my app aside for things besides tell me what Elon's birthday is, which I use all the time. Which one was this? Is this Elon? Oh no, this is just happy birthday. Happy birthday. Stupid MD file stuff. Yeah, it's really weird and it just hurts my brain as far as like I'm making changes to this app and then build I have to build the app to test it, but the app is already open because I'm using it to build the new app that I have to build. So it turns my brain to mush real quick. Okay. Um so this looks like the model vendor drop downs for the workflows is changing correctly. And I think it's fixed. The one thing I am noticing is that it only applies the changes to the current workspace. It doesn't change it for all workspaces, which I think is the correct behavior. Is that what you implied for it to do, or is that a miss in the code? Don't make any changes yet. Let's discuss. Okay, workspace only is the intended behavior, not a miss. Agent runtime configs role with a workspace ID. Um, can we add a button to the role modal that applies the changes to all workspaces in the project as a optional action? And if that is clicked, then it would change all of the workspaces that match the template that you're currently editing. Does that make sense? I had the same problem with my Glyph 3D project. Once I had edits working, it finally let me dog food. Yeah, Glyph 3D. Why do I know that? What the hell's Glyph 3D, and why do I know it? And why do I not know it at the same time? Also, can we just agree that dog fooding is the weirdest phrase ever? If you did, I think you're the coolest person ever. I can link you if you want. Yeah, maybe it's not what I think it is, but I swear I know what that actually is. Glyph 3D. Yeah, whatever you got, send it over. I'm gonna do a quick Google. Okay, Tiki McFace, Glyph 3D on GitHub. What do we got? Is this what you were gonna share? Oh, glyph3d.dev. Is this there was a there was a thing like 10 years ago that kind of made an obsidian graph based off of your repository. It was like a plugin, and you could basically visualize your Git repo historically as like what you see in Obsidian whenever you have the graph. Is it? Are you connected to that? Because that might be what I'm thinking of. Um, this is not what I was thinking, but maybe that used to be called something else. This is cool because it looks like this is a Linux system from Jurassic Park. Like navigating between everything. That's what this is. Was that your inspiration? At the top, and no, that wasn't me. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. Loading repo. Load a repo to see files. How do I load? Okay. Um, tree result is null. Is that not what it wanted? Oh, okay. I see. Loaded 13 files. Dude, what? Took me a while before I could build the metal version, then finally ported to the web GPU. Okay, so these are all my files. I like the infinite canvas. This is weird. Oh, so okay, this is folder structure. Those are my agent MD files. How are they? It's my get ignore. So so this is me navigating it. How do I okay. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. I know what that is. Um is it possible to edit this? Oh, node graph. Node it doesn't like node graph. Maybe because it's not local. Bro, I don't get it, but it's pretty cool. Not what I was thinking, but so sorry. But I like this. This reminds me of Jurassic Park though. And that's a good thing. I like it. Very cool. Okay, so what were we doing here? So I want the I don't want it to be apply defaults to matching workspaces. It should just be um applying those whatever changes that they made to all open workspaces within that project. It shouldn't be applying defaults and it shouldn't be applying it to all workspaces, only the ones that that it has open. And then if there's only one workspace open, then that button shouldn't even exist. To be workspace specific later. Right now, custom instructions are project path based. Oh, exactly. It's a Unix system. I know this. Yep, exactly. That's what it makes me think of. So I hope that was your inspiration. It's not exactly, but it also is. User edits builder, vendor model, and the engineering template model. User clicks apply defaults to matching workspaces. App shows a confirmation like app builder defaults to all engineering workspaces in this project. Current open matching workspaces refresh their affected role pane. You know, actually, let's just forget all of this And that might be something that we can do in a different location. This is very much the workflow for that workspace. So if they make a change to the builder and the engineering template, then it should only apply to that workspace. If they have another engineering template and a different workspace for the same project, then they need to update it there. If they have a workspace with a different template, then it shouldn't even matter anyway. So this is fine, and I'd rather have something better later on. I really fell off there at the end. Okay, so looking at the app and looking at this, that's all fine. That's all fine. I want to confirm though that if you're inside of a workspace and you change anything inside of that modal, it applies to all of the agents in that workspace, right? Not just the vendor and model. For example, if I added text to the custom instructions box, that would apply for all agents, correct? Oh, but then how does that is project scoped and role scoped, not workspace scoped. So the builder custom instructions applies to builder agents across the project when they. Yes. So this, if you added custom instructions to the custom agents.md for whatever role, then that would be project wide. So that just needs to be noted everywhere, that just needs to be called out specifically. Um, and then we need to call out specifically that the model and vendor change are for workspace only. Yeah. Default vendor, workspace only. Custom instructions project wide for this role. Built-in agents ADE owned read only, and probably update the helper copy under custom instructions. Just something like project wide for this role, save to yes. Yes, go ahead and make those changes. I need to get back to showing it that screenshot. Why did you fail? Okay, so there, it finally did do it. I'll make this a small UI copy, blah, blah, blah. I'm building tool available here. So then it did spawn the agent, the builder agent. So this is it doing its kind of its thing. So that it took whatever I wrote and then this is the prompt that it actually sent to it. Um, so then the builder does its thing and then it comes back and it lets it know, hey, it's done. This is what happened. And then it updates the task file. So that's it running in here. We'll quit. Taking a really long time. Workspace only override. And this is project wide. Okay, so then that's good. Okay. I'm gonna say that that's good enough for now. Um, okay, so I think this is good enough functionality for now. Let's go ahead and commit this, and then let's start working on the ability to um, make a template. I need all of the tools available and screens available to be able to say create a new template, name it, save it, and then the template creator needs to have a drawer or a section at the bottom that has the built-in flows or built-in roles. Um, and tools to be able to drag onto the canvas so that I can rebuild the engineering template as a test. Dude, if it one shots this, I'll be fucking amazed. I'll be impressed, like thoroughly impressed. I I really don't think it's gonna happen though. Instead of a vague, make a tool. Builder roles. Yeah, so my shitty prompt, and then this is all of its that's all of its prompt. Um, so it needs at the right size. That's label 10. That'll open and close it. In context, that looks custom template ID validation is currently hard coded in Python and Swift config parsers. So I'll expand those points to allow catalog based IDs. Um, do you have, sorry, I was focused on pretty pixels. Do you have the LLMs managing the Xcode project builds too, code only? How much have the rewrites diverged for you at all? Do you ever find it rewrites it to say something you don't agree with? Do I have the LLMs managing the Xcode project builds too? Oh, are you asking like, do I have? Are you talking about whenever I had the architect rewrite whatever I put in? Is that what you're asking about? If that's what you're asking, then yes, they do. Um, and as far as how much they diverge, um, I would say 9 times out of 10, I agree with whatever it's doing. Um, whenever the LLM does a thing, it will go through and say it summarizes what it sent. So it'll create the task, and then you can see what it did, and so you can interrupt it and kind of do almost like a steering thing. Um, it doesn't exactly work that way because it creates a task file and then it hands it off. So it's usually just something that you have to follow up with versus you can't really stop the process. I guess it's something that I haven't tested. That brings up a good point though. Um, I need to that'll be my next let's get this done and then we're actually going to run that test. I don't know if it has the I don't know if I have a update task tool. I know I have a create and a retry and a recreate. I don't know if I have an update because usually the toggle is switched to auto run. So you create a task, you give it a task, it runs, and then it's done. It runs a loop. Um, let me think on that. It's because usually, so what'll happen? Like if I interrupted this, in here, I could steer it, and it would send the task wouldn't immediately update for the builder. The builder would still get its thing. It would just automatically run it again. Um, or it would run it whenever it gets to a point to where it can think. Kind of like if I send a task here and then I click send, it would kind of just like park it right here until I was done, or until it was done. So it kind of does that in here. Yeah, man, Tiki McFace, why'd you have to do that? That's if it doesn't work already, that's gonna throw wrench into things. I probably so one of the modes I'm gonna do is um so there's gonna be just a vibe template, which will probably be like kind of what most people will use because I'm gonna sell millions of licenses to this thing. Um, most people will probably just use this, I'd assume, which is kind of what they do now and what some other products out there do, where it's just spawn a whole bunch of CLIs and then we're all engineers on this plus QA. Oh boy. They'll probably just spawn a whole bunch of CLIs and then they'll just be like, hey, do this, hey, do that, and hey, do that. And they'll just be cracked out of their mind. Um, these, we could probably tone it down to where they're like architect light, where it just does whatever I say. Um, maybe that's even like a thing that we can do inside of that modal. Maybe I could do it for all templates, just in the engineering one, maybe like its level of attention is an 11 out of 10 for the engineering template. And then if they're in vibe template mode, it's literally like just let the shit slide through. I don't like how we got to that idea, but I like that idea. And you were right to bring that up. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we've got the role taken care of. We got the number of tasks, got the name. Report done will be in the modal. Workspace will be in the modal. We've got the number. We've got the branch. Maybe we don't need. Maybe we don't need this. We know that it's in workstream 42. Because it's in a group, so we don't need that. And this dude is really chugging along. Prioritizing user input numerically to bias the parallel agents. That's such a complicated way of saying it. Right. Prioritizing user input numerically to bias the parallel agents. I think what you're trying to say is just like how much effort does the architect do as far as delivering a good prompt? Because so if they're in vibe mode, the architect is doing the work. It doesn't do any handoff. So it actually doesn't even do vibe template. It would be a 0 out of 11 anyway. I'm totally going to make the slider be to 11. I don't know how I'll actually do it. Maybe it'll just be it does or it doesn't do it, but it's still a scale from 0 to 11. There's not in between steps. It just is labeled as 0 to 11. And in fact, that's 100% what I'm going to do, at least initially. But in vibe template, it's just going to be sending it to itself as if you're typing here or just in a standard CLI. It wouldn't be doing any handoff. Because at that point, it's not even really an architect. And then in the basic template, maybe it defaults to. Like, why do you need to do that though? Either you don't want it or you do want it. So yeah, I don't know why you would. That's what it's going to be. It really will just be. I'm going to make it a slider, but it only has on. It's really just on off, but the labels are 0 and 11. because I don't know how you would be like, hey, don't be so verbose with your replies. Like maybe what I could do is like it'd be 11, 1, and 0. And like 1 is whatever the user types in, that's what it is. 11 is what it is now, and 0 is caveman mode. That's 100% what it's gonna be. It's gonna be I'm dedicated to the idea now. It'll be where am I at? I don't know where it actually built that. Oh, there it is. It'll be caveman mode. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then it'll be a slider. That's what it'll be. It'll just be 3 steps. Man, the agent system goes to 11. Hell yeah, it goes up to 11. Why would you build nothing but an 11? Pack it up, we're done. Exactly. Yeah, so the scale will go to 11, but it's just going to have 3 stops. And the user is going to be right above caveman mode. I don't know, is caveman mode MIT? Is it doable? I don't know. I don't know if this is the original. It only has 34 stars, so I'm going to guess it's not the original MIT license. So technically I should be able to implement this. Yeah. I am going to do some optimizations though, even in architect mode. So it does send this huge verbose response, but there's tons of stuff that I could do, like um, get rid of like the blank space. It just can reduce all of this down and cut out white space and all that kind of stuff. I need to do like a full pass on optimization, token optimization. Um, so it's still going to do that. The user one will just pass whatever it is, and then yeah, if we can implement caveman talk, that'll be cool. The Python test claim is using the wrong environment. I'll review the. It's oh. That's why it took so long. Before sending another task to a builder agent, um, already doing, replace the model with. I forgot about that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, need you to like fucking step in here, bro. Da, da, da. Okay, so are all of the fixes and patches in for this? Is it ready to be tested? Um, Everything before the aborted custom template slice is committed and ready to oh. Yeah, so go ahead and start or finish the custom template creation editor work. I don't like using um the problem with using that workflow is if I have it set to run in 5.3, but because it doesn't kill the agent after each one, it quickly fills up the context, and then I might have a task that compacts itself like 5 times before it's done, and I usually almost always find bugs. So if I know it's going to be a huge task, I like to tell it to switch over to a 5.5 builder. Dalton. Okay, back to Figma. So those are all 10. That's fine. You are 10 as well. That's fine. I don't know if I need this line because the work trees are always task number, work tree name. So I don't even know if I need it. don't think I do. Then I can do it's got the role. It's got the role, it's got the tree, it's got the summary. Workspace will be in the modal. That's all that is. I guess I need to know if it's not in a group. If it's not in a group, it needs to have it'll be just that. Where what am I doing here? So to do's go away. And then that goes away and that goes away. So we're just gonna copy this back. And then we'll just make this none. Then it keeps all of its positionings, all that's fine, blah, blah, blah. And then if it's closed, it looks like that and it's still fine. So if it's all lined up, it'd be something like I think that's okay. Don't I have guess I don't. It's fine. Okay, so then we need, what happens when there's a failed, when something fails? Dalton finished with 555 implementation. I'm reviewing the diff now and rerunning the focus test locally. Okay, compacting. Thanks. And I guess that looks fine. Should I make these? I'll just make them the same. No, they're fine. Ooh, that's what I need to do. That's what I'm forgetting. Need to add the little twinkles. Um Oh, that's gonna screw up a bunch of shit. God. 5 variables, 16. Wait. 16. No, 8. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Why? You're still thinking? Okay, it says it's closed Dalton. Okay, so it should be good. Still no push. Okay. We'll check this. Again, I don't have high hopes. Okay. I do. Okay, so I can't do it from here. New template. So it looks like the new template button is locked. I can't click on it. It doesn't look like it gets any sort of like mouse hover or mouse click styled events either. So it looks like it's completely locked. It's not disabled like save template is by default, but it is not clickable. I knew it wouldn't one shot it. Why are you not? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Right, almost everything. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so you're correct. Okay, so all kinds of shit was broken with that. Um, that there we go. Okay, and then you need the same treatment. Okay, fix it. The issue is header controls. Blah blah blah. Workflow. New template. Template name. Let's just call this Doop Inge. Doopinge. You're saying I can move it around, but I don't. Um, so I guess the basics are there, but this is not correct. Right now there's a movable icon or an icon that looks like I can move the tiles around, but I can't actually do anything with them. All I can do is click on them to bring up the modal. Um, so I can't rearrange them. I also need to have the ability to add a loop wherever I want. So that needs to be in the palette drawer as something that I can add um to the canvas, and then I need to be able to drag items into the loop and out of the loop and reshuffle them inside of the loop. I also don't have the ability to a loop delete a loop or delete a agent tile. I also need a custom agent tile in the drawer that's not tied to any of the pre-built agents. Let's start there and then come back with more feedback. I don't. I also need the ability to delete a template. Um, right now, my only option was to save it. But there was nothing with like resetting it to nothing or deleting it. So I was kind of stuck with whatever I made. Got lock working on it. Lock? I don't know. Okay, back to this. We need to add in the. So okay, so that's in place. You are 16, 16, 16. Bill is almost everything. Open, remove. Um, oh, this is just 8. The insides are 16, and then I need to. Where's my where's my border radius? Minuscule. Okay, that's all correct. content, effects, 5, and then break that apart. And then background slightly. Yes. That's much better. Okay, and then the twinkles. Minuscule, then select you, get rid of you, get rid of you, 8 all around. Not sure how I feel about this thing. This is the only place that I'm using it. This background fill thing. You're still thinking, okay. Yeah, it just seems out of place. I don't think I don't think it needs it. It doesn't need it. Okay. You're there. That is 0. Okay. So that looks massive now. I don't need. What's my gap? 16, and I've got 8 and 8, so I don't even need a gap anymore. That's what's my gap? Gross. Okay, what else? Oh, the sprites. Okay, so you're okay, you're good. I might not want this on. I just want it on those because that'll fill up real quick. All right. Can I build? What the fuck is this? Why did it move it there? See films. What am I working on? Still working on the template thing. So before, um, basically before we were, this is the visual representation of the workflow of handing work from agent to agent. It looks like shit, but visually it's correct. Um, Architect hands stuff to the task loop, which then goes builder, tester, QA, and then after that, after the loop's done, it goes to reporter. And once reporter is done, it goes into pending. Technically, I guess reporter should be here, and then it goes from reporter to pending. Um, so this is the visual representation of the built-in template, and then this is supposed to be me building my own template. So if I only wanted to run, what if I wanted my template to be just architect, builder, and QA, then so be it. Or if I only wanted it to be architect and builder, then so be it. Um, but right now it seems very broken. Um, Look, I don't know. Like if I click architect, it just automatically goes into queued, and if I drag it out, it automatically goes to pending, and I can't really. And I can only add one tester. I couldn't say that I could just keep adding builder. I can't delete the test loop at all. Okay, so time to make notes. Okay, so there's a lot of things that are wrong with the custom workflow. Right now, I can only add one of each item from the workflow palette. I should be able to add as many as I wanted to, and it should have a number of which one, how many I have of each one inside of the label for the workflow palette tile that corresponds with how many exist. Um, I also cannot delete the task loop once it is on the canvas. Um, and I also cannot place the items from the workflow palette anywhere I want. I should be able to drag them inside of each column. Right now, it seems like you're just trying to mimic what the engineering template is doing, but not um, and not allowing me to have the freedom to actually make a new workflow. Um, I don't really understand why we need to have tiles under each of the pillars that say, or underneath each of the columns that just say the same thing. So there's a tile under queued and it just says queued. Same for pending, same for done, same for failed. I don't know why those need to exist. The workflow arrows, the red dashed ones, need to just go from column to column. Um, and then if there's a workflow arrow that goes from, say, the architect under queued to the task loop under in progress, then that's fine. Um, but right now, this is like a 2 out of 10 as far as it being correct. So we gotta yell at it a little bit because it's wanting to be real stupid. Um, yeah, so these only that's a problem. So these only show up the sparkles whenever you're hovered over. Which might make more sense. I'm gonna have to check on that. Current editor is still too much of a hard-coded engineering template visualizer wearing an editor hat. I'm going to treat this as a correction pass. Roman. While that's running, I'm going to inspect the current canvas on construction and review the patch against the actual problem. Raman, what are you doing? Okay, Raman says he's done building. Um, function declare. Okay, we're off to we're in a better spot already. I can already tell that. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna let that one slide. Okay, so it still automatically puts. I can have unlimited architects, but I can only have one loop. Okay. Can I move the builder anywhere else? No. What about tester? Can I rearrange these? I can rearrange them. So I can add a reporter inside the loop, which means I would get a report for every single time the loop completes, or for every task. Okay, so we're getting there. It's still very finicky. Right now I can only add one loop. And I can only add a loop into the in progress column. I can also only add items outside of the loop in the in progress folder or in progress column. I also cannot delete a loop once it is placed. And I can add as many architects as I want, which is technically fine, but they can only go into the queued column, which I guess is technically correct compared to the engineering role. Um, Although I think for architect, there should only be one architect and it sits outside of the entire workflow and feeds into queued. Inside of but then I should be able to have um ba- 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 as far as architects go, I can add multiple architects, which is fine. However, architects technically should exist outside of the workflow and sit above everything. That goes for both custom workflows and the engineering template that we already have created. And then the architects just feed into the queued column. Um, what's the deal here? What's the dealio? What do I there's something. Um, right now, the reporter automatically gets added to the pending column. But if I drag it from pending to in progress, it doesn't go to in progress and it changes color from gold to green and lands in the failed column. And then also, whenever I add a builder, it automatically places it inside of the task loop, which is probably fine. But if I wanted to add a builder outside of a task loop, I'm not able to do that. I'm also not able to drag anything out that is inside of a loop outside of the loop. Same for custom agent. Custom agents just automatically get added to the in progress column, and that automatically adds them to a loop, and then I can't drag them outside of the loop either. That's enough for it to chew on. I don't really know what else it's gonna. Like I need to give it I need to give it like an example. Um Need to get give it an example of something it needs to do, like an example workflow that doesn't match engineering. And maybe it uses some engineering stuff and then uses other. Um like if you're doing marketing, you don't need a tester. You need like analytics or you need a copywriter. Um and you might do a copywriter inside of a loop to do the tasks, and then you might use that same copywriter to do a final one outside of the loop at the very end to make sure everything from all of it is all same. That I think that needs to be let's just change this to maybe we call this like editor. No, we'll just call it writer again. We'll just writer. And then we'll just explain that like writer checks all of once it's all done, then checks that. And then maybe over here we have like another loop. and then this is like ask user, and then it could go to um editor to make changes, and then that's it, and then it can go to done. Like that, maybe that's a template. So this is an example of maybe something that a marketing template could look like, where the architect again sits above the entire workflow and just adds the task to the queued column. Then once the loop is executed, it moves tasks into the in progress, and then it starts a loop that starts with a researcher, who then hands it off to a writer, that hands it off to a designer, and then that's a loop. And then once the loop is complete, another writer will review all of the tasks that came from the loop, and maybe the user has that writer um, make sure that what all of the individual writing tasks have the same tone. And then once it's done, then it sends it to the reporter, and the reporter reports everything to the pending column. And then inside of the pending column, there could be a loop that that questions the user for their thoughts for each report. And then those answers go into an editor who makes final changes. And at that point, it goes to the done column. Does that make sense? And I think if I remember right from whenever I was originally thinking about doing this, I was actually going to have the user be able to just use the architect to generate these types of things. Like not generate a workflow, but for example, if they wanted a writer agent and I didn't have one baked in, then the writer agent was going to then you could just talk with the architect to have it build you an agent's MD file based off of what you wanted it to be. What can I? Okay, so built-in prompt content is not available for this role. Got it, because it's not. It's a custom agent. Important model architect sits above the board as an intake orchestration. Columns are task states, loops are reusable work circuits inside any column, and roles can exist before, after, and between loops without being forced into the engineering shape. We're going to finish reviewing the loop column patch now because okay, so you're saying well, it needs to chew through my it needs to make that it needs to chew through that and then make those updates. Go ahead and now make the changes that would be required for the marketing template to be achievable. I don't know what it's going to do for the user question tool. That's it goes to ask user. The user will see that prompt. They'll have to give their review, give whatever response that they have, and then that should send it back to the architect. One thing I'm thinking of is whenever the ask user action happens, the ask user should be kind of like the retry modal, where the user will be able to give input. That should then go back to the architect to prompt, and then it would go to the editor in the marketing template example. So we need to have that ability. This got like way complicated. The ask user piece, I shouldn't have introduced that yet. This is like a whole like it's like a whole thing now. The other thing I'm gonna have to do is have the ability to assign skills to maybe not. I could just have like that's just in the custom agent in D. If you want an agent to run a skill, just put it there. Just say run this skill. Copernicus? This is the other part that I really love is the agent names that it comes up with. Um, okay, guys, I think that's it. That's what I'm gonna call it. Cheeky McFace, as I'm gonna call you from now on. Thanks for stopping by. See Films. Thanks for always being there, my man. And everybody else over on the YouTubes. Thanks for stopping by. I should. I'm probably stream tomorrow morning. Actually, let me check something. If I don't stream tomorrow morning, I'll definitely stream tomorrow night because wife is out. So I'll see you guys.